Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 7 allies. We're going up against 28 enemies. Let's see how this goes. JR's in first place. Then we've got Elwood Blues, who is in second. I've died. Let's see what the rest of the team can manage. Actually, it seems like we're managing quite well. We're done. We've won. JR926 is in first place, 13 kill, 4 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Elwood Blues is in second place with 4 kills. We've got gold, we've got vampires, we've got nobody claiming any of that anymore. So JR926 gets bitten, Elwood Blues gets gold. And we move on to me collecting scrolls. And then where are we? Token battle on the way to the boss, right before the boss. Got an army to clear, so let's check that. Oh, my artillery has hit 30. That is neat. Alrighty, I need to kill flyers, don't I? Yeah. How many do I need? 4. That's what this does. To level 5, so I at least should be able to kill some of them. Alrighty, past 8 a.m. Time to visit the shop where fairies get purchased. It is... I am above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25. That is another refresh, and the last one. Fairies. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to visit the viewer side shop where Lancers get purchased. I'm above 50k. That is a refresh. I am above 55. That is another refresh. And I am above 60. So that's the last one. Not bad for Lancer Scrolls this morning. And that is that. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. Nothing to say about mine. Yesterday went well. Worked out the problem with my soldering pen. Finally. Well, not finally. It's an oddity in the design in that the entirety of the heating element is exposed, which to me registers as a danger. So I covered it up with one of the components. And that trapped the heat, spread it to the rest of the unit, which is why it got hot. To me, that registers as really wrong, but that's how it is. So worst comes to worst, if I don't receive my new soldering system in time, I can try stuff with it. But Today is Tuesday, read and correct day. For those who are new here, these are when I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. Those are recorded, so while I'm doing that, I will be ignoring the chat. Anything said in it will be addressed once I'm done, and should a read and correct go long, this Terminator battle will be delayed. To minimize the chances of that happening, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirm I'm on the correct screen, that I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to this, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 89 of The Captain's Heart. Groggeron pulled the bundle of sheets and clothing against him, breathing in what he could of Jeremy's scent. Even without washing them, there was little of his heart left in them. After over a month without him in the bed, his own had overpowered them. His absence had been made more bearable by how his smell permeated the air in the apartment, but that had been the first to vanish, less than a day of air circulation, and Jeremy had been removed. He clung to the clothing, the bedding, and while that took longer, each time he pulled them to him, he rubbed some off, replacing it with his until he now had to bury his muzzle deep for a reminder he hadn't always been alone in this bed. Of everything he missed, the company was the strongest. Even the sex had become an absence that no longer bothered him. It was something that accumulated and would be spent when Jeremy was back, but the solitude was more difficult to bear. The days were easy to fill. When he wasn't working, he had his friends to hang out with. There was always one who wasn't sleeping or working at any given shift, but the nights, he couldn't spend it with his friends. Inviting one, even a female, would lead to more being invited, and with his male friends, they would initiate things, and he'd have to put a stop to that, which would require explaining about Arthur's exclusive pairing and hoping they understood it. The experience with Tom didn't inspire confidence. As it was, he put all his effort into maintaining his spirits up when out of the apartment, both for the crew and because he didn't need his friends' well-meant interventions. Maybe he needed a new class of friends, some who wouldn't be interested in having things progress towards a form of intimacy. Even females headed for that, even when that intimacy wasn't sexual, and in his state, Gargan didn't know if he could offer that. Blurry-eyed, he looked at the clock. Too early, but spending more time in bed only meant he missed his heart. Once he was up and about, he had distractions. "Are you with me, Captain?" the psychologist asked. Sorry. He'd been wondering what Jeremy's session were like. He'd read the reports she forwarded him, but they didn't address the details of the session. Those were private. They told him his heart wanted to fight, to make progress, but it was slow. This was nothing like she treated before. She didn't know when the breakthrough would happen. What is distracting you? He started the same thing as the previous session. I miss him. He isn't gone. You still have your heart. He shook his head. She didn't understand. She couldn't. He hadn't until he found his heart. Explain it to me. I don't know how to explain it correctly. He replied, if he could, maybe he could make Tom understand. This isn't the academy, Captain. You won't be rated on the accuracy of your answers. My art is Earther, as I am aware, she said when he didn't continue. He shook his head. My heart is Earther. Captain, I'm well aware you are projecting, hoping I'll pick up on what you don't want to say, but I've closed myself off. You lack the skill to force me to notice your thoughts. He deflated, realizing he'd hoped to be told what was up with him. Doesn't it make sense then that I'd have Earther characteristics? What do you mean? Maybe that's why I'm okay with an exclusive pairing. Why I don't feel guilty about not going to my friends to satisfy my sexual needs. Do you really believe that? I don't know, he snapped in exasperation. I don't know how any of this is supposed to work. There have never been cross-species hearts before. No one's written a manual explaining how having a heart of someone is so there. No one's written a manual explaining how having a heart of someone so different it affects them. Have you considered writing that manual? She stared at her. And put what in it? If you love your heart, you will, which you will, it won't matter what you've been taught, that what others think. You'll do what you feel is best for that love, because it doesn't matter what the gods decreed. The idea I could lose Jeremy's love is too much to bear. She smiled. That sounds like something whoever is in your situation will want to know. He stared again. What had he said? He just talked without thinking, without judging, she said. I thought you said I didn't have the skill to get you to notice my thoughts. My position on this side of the desk doesn't require me to tell you the truth, only to get you to see yours. You're saying I can force you to hear my thoughts? I realize the truth. You never close yourself off. As someone here to assist you through your issues, closing myself off would be counterproductive. The skill I have is that of not reacting to your thoughts, because being told what the issue is will not help you. It certainly feels like it would be easier than forcing me to wade through everything in my mind. She smiled. I find it interesting that someone so well named for the god of justice and the hunt wants things to be easy. I'm not my namesake, and even they appreciate not having to rip everything apart to get results. Do they? I don't know. I'm not the mentalist. She laughed. If you're looking for insight into the minds of the gods, you want to speak to the seers. Not the one looking to get into their head, he accused her. It is in their heads I'm looking to have explained to me. I thought about getting the air from his apartment pumped into mine so I could convince myself he's still there, just away or with his friends. Why haven't you done? Why aren't you having it done? It can't be done. The entire system is designed for air to be cleaned before it's recirculated. Someone would have to go into his apartment, put the air in a tank, and bring that to me. I don't think having someone in his apartment for any reason would help the situation. I believe you are correct. Then what am I supposed to do? He asked at a loss. The same thing you did when you first met him and he didn't recognize you. Trust that the gods will meddle. Enter. Instead of one of the bridge crew, or one of his betas, Tom entered his office. We need to talk. He dismissed the files and gave his friend all his attention. About what? I let it go when you shared your bed, Growl. You said the sex was satisfying, and I'm not going to doubt you, but it's been 6 weeks now, and you haven't come to any of us. Why? He turned a would-be sigh into a deep breath. I explained why, Tom. You told me why, because they're like that. I know you, Growl. You love sex. If we're all busy or you just feel like it, you go to the club, bring a lucky male to an alley, and you have sex. How can you tell me that 6 weeks without isn't causing you to want to throw yourself out of an airlock? That wouldn't resolve anything, Tom. You know what I fucking mean. This time the sigh escaped as itself. And I wish you understood what I mean. You're doing it for him. Yeah, I know. I'm doing it for me, Tom, he snapped. I'm doing it because I want to respect him and the way he was raised. He isn't forcing anything. It's my decision. How can you survive not having sex? By borrowing Alex's trick. Toys. Alex's trick. Toys, really? Gugger shrugged. It's better than nothing. But you don't have to have nothing, Growl. I'm right here. I know you want to help, Tom, but this is my decision, my choice to do without. I don't get it, his friend said, sounding defeated. I know, and I don't know how to explain it beyond what I already did. So that's it? You just give up on sex? I'm not giving up anything, Tom. I'm saving it up for when Jeremy comes back to me. Enter. This time he knew who to expect, since the request for the meeting had been formally made. The beta escorted the female in, then left once Gagra nodded. For someone so massive, she looked rather uncomfortable. She'd rather file, so he knew what she was capable of. But he considered her crime expunged by her surviving the incarceration center, and she hadn't caused any trouble on his ship. How can I help you? Rojden fra Fremarl Jamorink. She hesitated. I want to become a hunter. Then be one. She looked at him in disbelief. It isn't that simple, she said, but without confidence. Is it? I've heard stories. He rolled his eyes. Everyone hears stories and ballads, but they're out there to warn, not encourage. You're right, it's not simple, but it starts with a decision, which it seems you've made. What do I do next? Apply for hunter training. You will be among the oldest taken. We prefer decades to train future hunters, but so long as you can do one thing, you will be given a chance to prove yourself. What do I need to do? She asked with confidence. Honor the gods. Confusion again. There was a reason most of the hunters came from traditionalist families. We aren't the military. We are the gods' hunters. We answer to them first and then the leadership. That requires us to respect and honor them. What if I can't? With the life she'd lived, the life she had had to fight to maintain, he could see how she'd lost the belief that the gods looked after them. He doubted the Inquisition Center had done anything to rekindle it. And he couldn't give it to her. Then you won't be a hunter. That doesn't mean you can't protect our people. The military that's not why. She looked lost again. Your reasons are your own. Rojden fra Fremal Jamorink. We all become hunters for different ones. I'm telling you that what's needed for a chance at being one of us. How do you do it? He tilted an ear. They didn't protect your heart. How do you still believe they care? He took his time answering. I doubt them sometimes. When I'm angry, when I'm confronted with an injustice I can't fix, I sometimes scream at them, but when I calm down, I remember I'm only one male. One insignificant male among an uncountable number of them the gods are looking after. And I trust that when it matters, they will meddle. But he nodded. I scream at them because of what the Earthers did to Jeremy. Then, once I calm down, I remember that if it had mattered, they would have meddled. That they didn't tell me, that they didn't, tells me he doesn't need their meddling to overcome what's done. I trust that he will get through it. I don't know how. I don't know how I don't know if I ever did. He nodded again. Trust is easy to lose, difficult to regain, but you need to be willing to risk giving it if you want a chance to have it returned. The gods don't demand anything of you, Virgin Fra Framal, Roman Gemorink. Turek Samian wants you to be happy. He wants that of all of us, but it's on us to hunt for it. Because for them to meddle in your happiness means it matters to a possibly dangerous degree. The fur on the nape of his neck stood on end as he realized one of them had meddled in his and Jeremy's happiness. What were going to the what were the consequences of that be? And that concludes chapter 89 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Okay, I want to change that before I forget. need that you guys change how this works. Hey, Akla. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Going to make coffee to fix that. Fix being sleepy. Enjoy the lurk. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 23 allies. We're going up against 38 enemies, and we are off. Baldahar is in first place. Onyx is in second. Mom is in third. JR takes over third. Onyx jumps to first place. JR is in second. Baldahar takes over second place again. Let's see. Onyx is in first, second as Baldahar takes over first. JR is in third. Baldahar killed an epic, and we are done. We have won, and yes, I got my quest done. Baldahar is in first place, 4 kill, 6 assist. Onyx is in second place, 2 kill, 8 assist. JR926 is in third, 8 kill, 1 assist. We've got gold and a Centurion, and no one claiming any of that. So, Xavik Snake and Counter-Strike get gold. Violet 12 gets shielded. Violeto. And we move on to the boss battle. Before doing anything, I need to clear a quest. Okay, that is done. And I guess I'm putting rogues for the rest of it. Come on. Alrighty. Alright. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start on another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 90 of The Captain's Heart. 4 intersections. That was how far he made it before voices and sound of people. Voices and general. General sounds of people, of them. You know what? That's going to be capitalized. Made him turn back. It was an intersection further than the previous 2 weeks' attempt. So an improvement, but nowhere near what he wanted. Anger had let him push through many obstacles in his life, but it didn't help against the fear that had been programmed into him. He focused on the small victory as he returned to his apartment to keep from feeling depressed. There he headed for the food prep area and the tools. Set on the counter. The stress had made him hungry, so he printed a chunk of raw meat and cut slices to grill them. He'd started doing that a week before because with the weight machine working properly and no work to do, he'd had too much time on his hands. Concerned ballads were over too quickly to be enjoyed, and after what Omar had done to him, enjoying one of the movies from the collection of human ones that was in the ship's database was proving difficult. So he'd found himself looking for something to do, and he was printing a meal when he remembered the cooks. Making his own food was a way to fill time. Could get any of the ingredients printed, and recipes were available, so starting had been simple enough. Sauces to go with the grilled or fried or roasted chunk of meats had led to creamy filling and the realization that he was craving something else. He realized what it was when it registered. It was an entire category of food There was an entire category of food missing from Kelsarian menus. Bread. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find them. They weren't even a word for it, or pastries. They had a grain flour, but it was used in making the jelly-like flavored fillings for the for the wrapped filling. They wrapped slices of meat around. By itself, it was more pasta than bread. But that meant flour. And flour was the main component of bread. He remembered that from his grandfather's baking. Yeast he got by searching through the alcoholized drinks. There was another way. His grandfather had a container on the counter he used to make his bread, but Jeremy couldn't remember what he'd said about it. But he knew yeast was part of it. The rest was water and flavoring. Flavoring he could wait until he was able to make something that resembled the dough he remembered. Tell me about the fire. The fire, she asks. She asked, looking at him without judgment. His face burned at the memory. That was one thing he'd rather never talk about, but she wouldn't let him wave that one aside. It was an accident. The bread needed to bake for an hour, and I couldn't think of just sitting there waiting, so I decided to go over ideas and projects on my drafting table while I waited. You didn't set a timer? I wasn't planning on being at it that long. There's little I can do in the field of antimatter without access to larger scale printer than fit in my quarters or antimatter. And yet, he shrugged. I had this thought about wave frequency that results from antimatter reaction. I'd built a couple of theorems before, but those stayed on Einstein. I hadn't thought about them until now. I lost track of time. Then I smelled something burning, remembered what I had baking. Black smoke filled the quarters when I opened the door. You wouldn't let emergency in. He shuddered as they called to him from the intercom. The realization there were a lot of them on the other side of his door, about to barge in. There was no point. I dealt with it by the time they arrived. He threw it in the sink, doused it with fire, and all that was left was a smell. What is this bread to you? Just, he remembered the laughter as his family gathered in his grandfather's kitchen. Him, his mother, and siblings, helping as best as they could for the age they were. The delight in his eyes. Anytime one of them made something for him, no matter how bad it had to be, he was the only one in his family who cooked seriously. His mother did the occasional dish for special occasions, but otherwise it was printed meals all around. It's laughter, family, peace and pleasure, the comfort of home. You miss your home? He nodded, then tense as he thought of him, and his mind crashing around through crashed around him through the horrors he'd suffer if he ever gave in to the craving. How he would leave nothing but a husk after he was done using him, taking everything that made Jeremy who he was and perverting it. Jeremy? The psychologist's voice cut through the horrors. Horrors. Despite the softness of the tone, remember what I taught you. The casing is titanium, he whispered as he took a breath. Etched so I can run the wires. He let the breath out. The magnetic field generator is bound to the titanium. He breathed in with Caldero bounding agent XX368. He breathed out. This way, he went through the fabrication of an antimatter containment system, his mind steadying with each breath. Sorry, he whispered, ears burning. This isn't something you need to feel shame for. You are making progress, but the programming, as you call it, is deeply ingrained. That you fall victim to it is not an indication of your worth, but that you are still fighting this war, that you are progressing toward victories. It feels hopeless sometimes. War feels like that for those in the middle of it. You can't know you are advancing toward victory because all you see is the wreckage around you, the casualties. When someone outside gets a message through, encouraging you, saying that you are advancing, you look around and can't help question them. Sounds like you know how it feels firsthand. this is a hunter ship. All hunters start on the front line. And while wars on the scale of ballads stopped being a thing when the when the prize that Cursuterans imposed on us to be shepherds within the Federation was that we shed many of our more barbaric ways. We are not the united people the Federation likes to portray. All species that are part of it are. It's a little clunky. We are not the united people the Federation likes to portray. The species that are part of it. We are not the united people the Federation likes to portray. The species that are a part of it are. I think it's a two R that I don't that is jarring, but I don't know right now how else to fix it, so I'm going to leave that for second draft. So hunters find themselves fighting wars, and those like me tend to them afterwards. Being a mentalist gives me a more direct appreciation of what they went through. Are all psychologists mentalists? It is one of the requirements to reach this rank. We are called on to tend to the worst, so we must have the most tools at our disposal, which means that the counselors don't have any hope of being one. Do your friends in engineering hope to become engineers? No, but if I'm being honest, I don't get it. Every tech I've known from the moment I graduated saw their time doing that as the price to pay to advance towards something more. I like the experience with Earthers. To explain it in a way I can be certain you'll understand, it may be that we have a better system for those aiming for higher rank to reach them, or Earthers might think differently than we do and not be able to find fulfillment in a lower position, or your field lends itself to people who don't find that satisfaction. All I can say is that the counselors who work under me are satisfied where they are. If that changes, they move on to a different position or someone other than me to work under. Those who have some level of mentalist ability might seek training and to hone that, and it might be enough they can become psychologists too. But most of us accept that Tarek Samian made us as we are, and that is enough. He smiled. Most of you? As I said, we aren't the unified people the Federation projects. Living in space lends itself to people who know who they are and what they are capable of. And Kelser, you will find those who feel they deserve more, who will scheme to get what they want, but you are on the Bane, and that is less common here. But it happens, she smiled, when you feel up to it. Walk among the civilians, you might find behaviors that are familiar to you. He could do one more. He breathed and told the fear that the voices in the distance weren't threats. It didn't shut up, but he forced his foot forward. 20 of them, and he'd reach the 6th intersection away from his quarters. 2 intersections in 1 week was a definite improvement. One of the voices rose. He was at the door to his quarters, actually. You know what? Yeah, he doesn't use apartment. To his quarters, cursing himself for giving in to the fear. He almost made it. He rested his head against the metal and fought not to give in to the defeat. He was winning, he told himself, even if he wasn't seeing it. If you receive this, don't reply. The only way I'm managing to write this is by convincing myself it's only an exercise and that I won't send it, and I might not. I'm avoiding thinking about that right now, but if I do, a reply will shatter the illusion, and I don't think I'll be able to get myself to write another one. I figure you're being kept up to date, but I thought I'd give you one myself. It's not good. I don't care what the psychologist tells you, what anyone else reports to you. I'm not in a good place right now. I miss you so much it hurts, and then that's twisted to make me hate you and the things the programming tells me you've done to me or will do. I know it's not true, but it doesn't care, and when the programming takes hold, the truth no longer matters, just what it tells me. I'm terrified at the idea I can't beat this, that I'll never feel your fur against me. Sorry, fuck, that was a bad one. I need to avoid mentioning anything that's specifically you. I managed a pretty decent You need the English alphabet for this thing. On this thing, you have no words for what I made, and a mass of hot, fluffy, wet grain flour doesn't convey the trait that it is. I could record it and attach that, but I feel the programming waiting to pounce on something I'd only do if I plan on sending this to you. No, I'm not. Fuck. I know, I could erase these almost attacks, but I want this exercise to be a representation of what my life's like at the moment. Plenty of normal stuff for a male who pretty much has to stay locked in his quarters with the occasional descent into paranoid terror. The psychologist, the psychologist taught me breathing exercise mixed with forcing myself to think about something concrete as a way to get through them. The problem is that in the middle of an attack, it's hard to think. I wish she'd help me rebuild the mental blocks. That was easier to deal with, but she said that it wouldn't help with my current situation. The box let me put what I felt in it because the ultrasonic only created a response system. As much as I called them not my emotions in a concrete way, they were, and that's why I could get I could that's why they could go in the box. This, on the other hand, isn't mine. It's an alien that's buried, no, that was planted deep in my mind and sometimes takes control. As intense as it all feels, none of those are mine, so the box would be useless. I hate this. I hate being alone. Well, this exercise is over. I guess I'll delete this and go to bed. And that concludes chapter 90 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's up on Ream's Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Okay, this one I need to do a little different, if I remember correctly. If I just copy paste, you lose the formatting. Hmm. Really? Write this up again? Welcome back, but it plays. And she's on the road process for 2 weeks. Were you there? What were you in the stream when I mentioned that I figured out how to quote unquote fix my soldering pen? Uh, Basically, is I assembled it wrong, and that came to be. Right, that came to be because the proper way to assemble it looks wrong to me. It looks like because the metal end is all exposed. And that doesn't make sense to me. It feels dangerous. So, not having a guide when I assembled it myself, I made sure that was covered. Give me a moment. I need to place. I need to place units in the Stream Raider battles I'm on, and I'll grab it afterwards. Oh, and that's fine. That well, actually, no. It's better than fine. It probably is a good thing to do. Uh, but yeah, if this section here, that's all exposed metal. That gets really, really hot. And I had built it because, again, to me, this feels wrong. Like this feels dangerously wrong. So, because I'm, in the kit, I'm provided with a bunch of different components and no instruction manual. I saw, I put it so that this was above it, only exposing the tip. And it all screwed in properly. I did not have to force anything. So, you know, I had no way to know it was incorrect until, the whole thing started getting really, really hot. And, I had to figure things out. Maybe you can, but it still feels very wrong to me. Like, it feels like it's a danger waiting to happen. yeah, but that is expecting a lot of rationality out of a demonstrably irrational group of people. I mean, we have containers of laundry packets saying don't eat that. Isn't that obvious that you don't eat that stuff? Like, the fact that this is allowed to be speaks to me of people waiting for something to go wrong. And it's again, like it just feels off. And without an instruction manual, I went with what, you know, seemed safer. Stick that melt metal is one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Alrighty, we are going to have Stream Raider Battle, and I'll be right back. Oh, sorry, advertising, Stream Raider Battle, then I'll be back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 26 allies. We're going up against 55 enemies, and we are off. Katakrak is in first place. Beldahar is in second. Mom is in third. I saw somebody there before, but anyway. JR is now in first. Katakrak is in second. Diego is in second. Katakrak is in third. Ahalita is now in second place. Shalfalk is in second place. Ahalita is in third. JR maintains the first. The Sarge, and others have killed epics. We are spread rather thin, and there's a lot of enemies left. I'm a little concerned here. Although we are bringing their numbers down. Let's see. Diego's in first place. Baldahar kills an epic. JR's in second. Ahalita is in third. And yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do this. Shalk is in third. And we're done. We've won. Diego Zahovic is in first place. 19 kill, 9 assist. JR926 is in second place. 6 kills, 7 assist. And Shalfalk is in third. 13 kill. We have Shinobis, which no one is currently claiming. So, Sergeant Kate Dog and Onyx get stabbed. And we move on to... Just notice I can finish that. A new map. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the super boss. If we time this right, we might be able to do another super boss battle tomorrow. Maybe. Need to clear quests. This one's gonna be interesting. Although we're gonna have the end of it. Actually, no, we know that. Alrighty, let's see. I'm placing rogues still. Yep. Oh. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Alrighty, and I will start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, confirming I am on the correct screen, I have the correct image up, I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 91 of The Captain's Heart. Galgaron stormed into counseling as the door to the psychologist opened and she motioned the Kelsiran female out. I'm sorry for cutting the session short. Tomorrow we can spend longer talking. The female had stepped away by the time he reached the psychologist. Captain, she stepped aside as he barged into her office. Why don't you come inside? He paced, barely able to contain his anger until she was on the other side of the desk. How could you let this happen? He threw his tablet at the desk. She brought her hand down on it after it bounced. She read the message Jeremy had sent him. She nodded and looked at him. I think there's confusion as to what you think my work is. He slammed both hands on the desk and snarled, You're supposed to help him. That doesn't mean keeping your heart from having depressive episodes. If that is what you want, medical has drugs that will ensure he never reaches that point. They will also ensure he never breaks out of what was done to him. He leaned forward. Then what the fuck are you doing for him? She offered him the tablet back. I'm here for him after, when he needs to talk through what happened, untangle where the programming in his mind took him in that episode, to help him make sense of it, and, when possible, arm him with techniques that, like the breathing exercise he mentioned. He glared at it. They did this to him. They didn't program the depression episode. That came from his mind. His fears he isn't strong enough that you won't love him anymore because he didn't simply beat this when he set his mind to it. Those are his, not the Earthers' programming. If not for them, he wouldn't be there. True, but laying everything at their feet robs your heart of the responsibility for how he responds to it, for working through what it does and reinforcing himself. You're hoping I'll excise the programming and that just Billiam will come and resolve everything left behind. She locked eyes with him. That isn't what I do. It isn't how this works. He snapped it up. So what? There's no hope? She stared at him. Then she laughed. He stared at her. Had just Billiam pulled her into her bed for referring to her as she had? She wiped at her eyes. No hope? Really? Yes, it sounded like just Billiam was having her way with the psychologist. Sit down, Captain. He did. If the god was around, it was best not to draw attention to himself by confronting her. I find it amusing, she says, that you aren't seeing it. Seeing what? He asked cautiously. She motioned to the tablet. He looked at it, then her again. She chuckled. Captain, in the middle of his episode, he reached out to you, not me. In spite of what the programming tells him of how lacking hope he was in that instant, he fought against that and wrote to you, the person he's supposed to be terrified of. I think that is impressive progress. Words wouldn't come, no matter how hard he tried. Finally, he said the obvious. But he didn't plan on sending it to me. She nodded. He had to find ways around the fear. Convincing himself this was an exercise was one of them. He went through the process needed to do that, to write to you only a few weeks to write to you. Okay. This is dialogue. So when only a few weeks ago, the idea you are on the ship could send him in a panic. Now he can think around what he's forced to feel and write this. He looked at the message, now seeing not the words of his depressed heart, but the strength he needed to push through that to write them. I wish I could reply to him. I expect you can. He specifically said not to reply to him. Indeed. He looked at her expectantly. She sighed. Captain, you're a hunter and an alpha. Surely you can think of a way to reply to your heart that also respects his wishes. And if you can't, surely you have a beta more qualified to tell you how than I to tell you how. He went over what he wrote again. This would cause confusion, but it was the only way. It was the only way he could think of speaking to Jeremy without speaking to him. He'd field the civilians' calls afterwards to clear up any misconception they'd gotten from it. With a few claw clicks, he overrode the ship's comms. This is your captain with a general update. Lodgings are still empty and in need of being filled. I've been made aware of troubles behind us and ahead. Know that you are not alone through them. The ship's infrastructure will support you. Just ask. Instabilities are understood to happen and don't represent a failure to prepare on any of you. If there is a need for space, you only need to send a request and it will be seen to. Remember that all breathing is important and that intrusions can be fought back. This is all. Rest well. Raphael would have words with him over this. Or with him about this, about the vagueness, possibly about making this a general broadcast instead of one directed only to Jeremy's apartment. But just like his heart had to convince himself he wasn't going to send it to him to be able to write the letter, he needed to make it a general one to keep from making it personal and giving away who he was addressing. He couldn't roll back in his seat before his dedicated comm lit up, with the number of people waiting to speak to him going up. He had narrowed the list of suspects down to 9 people. There was a major flaw in his investigation, and he knew it, but without it, he had to suspect the entire civilian population of the ship, and that was too many people to have any chance of narrowing down who might be feeding the Earther broadcast of information on Jeremy. His flawed assumption was that anyone who had been on the ship when Jeremy became his heart had formed a bond that they heard as they heard of their difficulty, heard of them overcoming them, and the rescue, Jeremy becoming one of them, becoming family. It was flawed in that encountered on people not betraying family. As the battles like to point out, with the right cut of meat, anyone could be made to sell out those close to them. But the issue of the bribe lent credence to his assumption. What could an Earther broadcast offer someone who'd been on the ships they couldn't buy or print already? So he looked at who had boarded the ship after that. Any stop led to people moving on and joining. A hunter ship with a large part of the civilian attached to the hunters saw lower numbers, but they still happened. Over 3 stops, 17 civilians had left, nearly all of them along with the dead, to accompany them back home. 9 had joined. His 9th suspect. He just had to narrow it down to 1. The male seated across Galgaran wasn't impressive. Nothing about him said that he could be bought or that he had interest that an Earther's broadcast station could fill that the ship couldn't. His nervousness couldn't be attributed to any guilt. He didn't know why he was here, but sitting across from the captain in his office would make even a veteran civilian nervous. You aren't in any trouble. You aren't in whatever trouble you're imagining, he said, hoping to calm the male, but his eyes widened. This was why he left the questioning of suspect to his betas trained in it. But this wasn't a suspect, and he hadn't gone to his hunters to sniff him out. He'd gone to someone better in this specific situation. He'd gone to the quartermaster. He hadn't even had to plan on the male. He hadn't even had to play on the male's friendship with Jeremy. The easy agreement would come back to claw him at some point. Gregorin was certain of it. But the quartermaster had come through with more than the person responsible. He'd provided him with how he'd been paid. He tapped the desk and images appeared, Earther females in various poses. He'd gone over them to confirm it was all they were. He might lack the skill for covered ops, but as the alpha, he had access to the tools. So running the images and videos. Come back here. And videos through the scanners in search of hidden information had been simple. They found nothing. The images of Earther females were the bribe. Most could have been taken from any of the Earther movies on the ship's database, females standing along or in groups, some with in some in poses and with expressions that could be alluring to an interested male based on the reaction. Expressions plural. Based on the reactions he'd seen in the romantic movies, and a few couldn't be found on the ship. There had been nothing outright sexual in any of the movies. That had been confirmed when he discovered it had been illicitly acquired. The entire thing had been scanned for anything that could be problematic if the Federation found out the Bane had it. While the sanctions would be minor for a ship like his, the Federation considered sex some... Okay. Okay. The Federation considered recordings of sex. It's not the sex itself. Recordings of sex, something reserved for the species engaging in it. There were no laws preventing people from engaging in interspecies sexual activity, but the distribution of such recording was discouraged. As a species not within the Federation, such Earther media would get the person caught in trouble and the ship captain holding some of the responsibilities. Some of the image and videos of female were definitely sexual. The male's muzzle worked, but no words came out. You aren't in trouble, he repeated. I'm madly annoyed that all it took for you to be willing to document my heart's difficulties to the Earthers was this, but you didn't reveal anything sensitive to Kelser, and you didn't intrude in Jeremy's life. The man was part of repairs, which granted him nearly unrestricted access to the public areas of the ship. He was part of the pack that responded to the alarm. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to fix that in this draft. When Jeremy burnt his bread, Kerguran had looked over the schedules and spoken to the mechanic. Actually, I can do that here. Yeah. The male had arranged to position himself in locations where he could listen in on conversations relating to his heart. If he didn't plan on using him, Kerguran would be angry. I'm not? He shook his head. I'll go further and protect you from reprisal for possession of Earther sexual recording on one condition. The inside of the male's ears went pale before they folded back. What condition? You're going to tell the Earther broadcast I want to speak with them. And that concludes chapter 91 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. We'll be right back. Okay, this is getting weird. I could have sworn I wrote my comments on this. This is... Of course, the way my memory works, I don't remember bleeping. I don't remember doing it, but I have this sense that I did. Send me a satisfactory video about organizing pipes so I can forward that to the playing tiger. It is a good system for moving pipe. The issue is that that's actually not the problem my factory has. Getting pipes from point A to point B is a hassle, but not that complicated. It's just that I can't seem to get all the liquids where they're supposed to be. And that creates issues with the machines, and it's ultimately it's more than I'm willing to deal with. And one of the issue that I end up having with these kind of blueprints also deals with those blueprints don't deal with elevation. These are fine as long as you're on a flat surface. The moment you need to go up or down, they don't do anything. It's a fluid dynamics issue within the game of not respect. There's a glitch in the piping. And there's no way around it. And I thought I had accounted for it, and yeah, I haven't. I didn't, and ultimately, you know what? I just, which is my issue. Fluids don't properly reach the machines. On paper, everything is fine. There's enough liquids going to them and all that kind of stuff. They've got the head lift to reach them and all of that. But for some reason, they're not getting it. Zorth spent one of our games going through it, looking into it, and there's a part of the issue is that there's a glitch with junctions for pipes. If it's very easy for the junction pipe to not actually be properly placed in such a way that, yeah, fluid keeps going through, but it steals part of the head lift, part of the flow, for lack of a better word. And at that point, once he basically told me that, I went, okay, well, you know what? I'm not dealing with this. Like, I am not going to bother. And, you know, that's sort of when, yeah, but they're a little less, I mean, my encountering of them with the splitters and all that, that it's never been an issue. And the reason is that it's easy, for me anyway, to set up the belts to be way above what I actually need. It's actually very difficult with the pipes to be very accurate on your numbers, because machines will require, you know, numbers that aren't easily dividable with the pipes or with the splitters unless you do a whole lot of stuff with them. And that's not the kind of player I am. With pipes, you are dealing with very, very fixed number. But even with those, when they actually on paper match what they should have, they wouldn't give me, they would still have problem. And this is where I went, okay, you know what? If that's the kind of work I need to put in to get a working system, I am not dealing with this. Yes, I have noticed. I have noticed that. That is something we discovered. That if you go to the auto lock point, it's actually 4 meters higher than the head lift it wants, which is dumb. But again, like it is what it is. And ultimately, my decision is I'm not dealing with that. Oh, I spent a lot of time laying pipes too. And I've now reached a point where I don't want to deal with it. Like this was going to be my attempt at a at a giant size factory. And this has made it utterly unpleasant to the extreme. But that's the thing. I can't because mega factories drive me insane. Like I've tried them, and it's when I decided I gave up on them that I started enjoying the game again. But having finished having finished the game, like I literally, you know, uh, finished tier 5 or stage 5 of the space elevator. Like I finished it. And I figured, you know what? Since the game is primarily so that me and Zorth can play together, I figured, well, let's just keep playing. So, to have something to do, I went, okay, we're going to build a factory that automates the 4 items for the tier 5 elevator. And in my, like, I went with the satisfactory calculator. I laid everything out. I went, okay, you know what, and I laid it. I was building it, and I just, and then things started going wrong, and I couldn't figure it out. And when Zorth did, I just went, you know what, this is more trouble than I'm willing to put into this game. Like the fact that the convenient ways of laying down the pipes actually cause the pipes to misbehave. You know what? If they're not going to fix that, I am not going to be playing. So at this point, I'm only playing to finish the last 2 achievements I need to 100% the game, which will be the first game I've ever 100%. I need to buy the golden nut, and I need to find 100 hard drives. Next weekend, I will be playing in Zorth's game because he hasn't found all the hard drives in his game yet. And we'll go hard drive hunting, and I will unlock them until that. And after that, I have no idea what we'll do for our shared game. But yeah, this has turned satisfactory into something I don't enjoy. So I hope for them that they fix it, because until they do, they will probably not see me in that game again. Alrighty, we will have advertising, Stream Raider Battle, and I'll come back to more read and correct after that. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 36 allies. We're going up against 35 enemies. And we are off with Baldahar in first place. Shalfak is in second. Sensi of Rabitude. Alrighty, we're done. We've won. Baldahar is in first place, 13 kill, 11 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Sensi of Rabitude is in second place, 4 and 4. Shalfak is in third, 8 assist. We've got gold, we've got busters, we've got nobody claiming them. So, T-minus Mom gets gold, the Counter-Strike gets busted. And I need to check on a clear request. So you are going to want event tickets. So event tokens. And the best way for me to do that, as far as I can tell, is to go full support. So, if I go here and here, and all the way down here, I've got my fairies. Enjoy the run, but it plays. Why not? Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 42 of Stepping Wild. Thibaut of Arteron, the older man said, walking around Tibbs. You have certainly made arranging this meeting interesting. That was never my intention. Tibbs' intention had been to ensure it never happened. Losing the tails had been simple enough. He'd expected to manage it until he was done and had moved on to another city. Unfortunately, he'd come across Aldero in a crowd of, you know what, he's always been referring it, the guard. Keeps referring to him as Aldero the guard, so I'm going to keep doing that. He'd come across Aldero the guard in a crowded marketplace and froze. He hadn't visited his house for a few days, since the coins he left there the last time would see them through until the next guard's payday, and walking had still been difficult for the man. Even now, the guard leaned against the wall, attempting to look casual, but his skin was clammy, which might have been caused by noticing his attacker. Tibbs tried to decide what to do in that instant of locked eyes. Go apologize for what he'd done, explain how, ultimately, it was the guard's own fault for trying to beat a poor street thief just attempting to survive, beg forgiveness. Tell him he was the one who helped him survive these weeks, that he'd made amends enough and owed the men nothing. He'd turn away, deciding that nothing he could say would help anyone, and had walked into his tail. The older man smirked. I have no doubt you didn't want this to happen, but you kept picking pockets after you were warned. You entered a house uninvited by its owner or me, As you see, nothing in my city escapes my notice. Tibbs shrugged. If he figured that if that were true, the man would be angry about the team he was building or the fact there had been more than one house. I stayed out of the gang's neighborhood, made sure there were no gangs in the neighborhoods I picked pockets from. I figured that in a city this large, there were and there are enough for everyone to enjoy. Now that the meeting was taking place, he didn't want to antagonize the man referred to as the master, but he had no intention of being cowed by a title or acting like he was. As for the house, I didn't think anyone in this part of the city cared what happens to the nobles, no matter how low they are. The man's demeanor and appearance made Tibbs confident he was from the street. The wariness in the eyes, the glancing about for threats, even with as powerful as he was. It had taken Tibbs years to shed those reflexes, so he could act like someone of higher standing. The man's confidence was born of someone who had clawed his way to his position, not conned himself there. The man eyed him severely. There is a balance to this city. You'd know that if you'd bother coming to me before you went about upsetting people. Nobles, Tibbs corrected. And some of my people, he replied severely. Again, Tibbs shrugged. I'll be more careful of those pockets, of whose pocket I put my fingers into next time. No, you will not steal from anyone. The man locked eyes with him. If you want to work in my city, you'll do so with the crew I assign to you. The snort was unbidden, but not unwelcome. I don't work with someone else's crew. If I need one, I'll make my own. I'm sure there's a neighborhood you don't have a gang in and we can settle in. No. The word was sharp. I decide who works where, and that determines whose crew you are on. What if you're too late? Tibbs asked casually, both to annoy the man and test if the lack of earlier comment had been intentional. What if I already have a crew? The man snorted. I'd know if you'd approached anyone. No lights on the words. It meant Tibbs had succeeded in keeping away from anyone who had his description. It could last, but he only had one teammate left to recruit. Considering how much of a threat the master was to this one too, did be discreet, but it meant he'd have to be more careful in approaching anyone he needed specifically to make him what if anyone who did make him what he needed to enter the library. There was nothing boastful about the man's intention to keep track of Tibbs. Look, he made the tone conciliatory. I'm only here for a few weeks. I'm not settling. I have a very specific target. I make them pay, then I'm gone. I doubt you'll care what trouble befalls them. Befalls who? The man demanded. You'll know once I'm done. I've been planning for too long to risk her finding out. The man got into Tibbs' space. You aren't doing anything until I know who you're going after. Tibbs motioned to the others in the room. You know that's a bad idea. Okay. Until you tell me. Who you're going after. Tibbs motioned to the others in the room. You know that's a bad idea. They'd kept to the wall, but the man's enforcer couldn't be ignored. I trust them with my life. Tibbs smiled. But do you trust them with your secrets? Of course. The words were bright, but caused a few of the enforcers to straighten with pride. Good for you. Making the words mocking came easily. I've been betrayed too often by those I trusted, those proclaiming they were mine, those whose best interests I kept in mind. He made the smile nasty. Never again. Then be warned, Thibault of Arbiteron. Act against my orders, and there will be consequences. Not going to be any trouble to you. He threw his arm up in an act of frustration. All I want is for her to pay for... He snapped his mouth shut, as if only now noticing the man's hungry interest. Quickly covered the worry with determination and glared at the man, whose expression turned gentle. and all I want is and I want to help you. The man replied, the glowing words, the words glow, the glowing word as gentle. That's my role here, to see to it that everyone under my care gets what they're after. But I need to know what that is so I can mitigate the fallout. He waited, expression patient, but Tibbs remained defiantly silent. Then I can't help you. I'm sorry. The last two words glowed brighter than the previous ones. You don't understand, he said through gritted teeth and through gritted teeth. Oh, through teeth gritted in anger. I do. This time there was no light on the gentle word. You aren't the only one who's been betrayed. But that doesn't mean I can't let you endanger my people. If you won't let me help you, I can't let you act. It is that simple of a choice. Tibbs glared, and the man locked eyes, locked his gentle gaze with him. Tibbs looked away angrily. Fine, he snapped. Then I'll just follow her when she leaves this abyss-cursed city. He turned and headed for the door. The man on each side stepped to keep him from reaching it. He glared, but stopped out of sword reach. Remember my warning, Thibault. In my city, you steal only if I allow it. I heard you, he growled. Now tell them to get out of my way so I can find a tavern with decent beer. The silence stretched. He sensed the old man move, then the two thugs stepped aside. He left, stumping well after most of the people the old man sent to follow him left. He left still. Stumping well after most of the people the old man sent to follow him were gone. He found a tavern and drank enough bad-tasting beer to explain his stumbling away in the lone tale he had left, and made his way to the room Thibault had paid for. When he dropped into the bed, it was with a grin. The darkness etching Tibbs maintained around him ensured he stepped unnoticed among the well-dressed people attending the large gathering. The gathering had something to do with convincing the king to lessen the tariffs on some alcohol from a kingdom they were at odds with. Tibbs had no interest in that. But to have any hopes of convincing the king meant going through their agents of commerce. That meant pooling enough money so one of them saw things the merchant's way. The noble behind the meeting was also of interest to him. Lord Rastmir of Cantillon wasn't the highest of the city's noble. Tibbs listening had told him not even close to that. But he had aspirations. His family was important in Cantillon, and he planned on making it so here too. That meant he was prone to making his display larger than needed to be, such as displaying all the coins, bars, and promises on a table for all to see, and to shame those who hadn't given as much as their fellow. Talk of a plan was what had put Tibbs on the man, and onto this on making this Fleetfinger's next public display of disruption. All that money made him wish he still had his old armor, with the hidden pouch that could take in so much more than its size led to believe. With it, he could take all of it. There was enough here that, even after distributing most to those who needed it, he'd have enough to pay for all he needed to enter the university and do his research. Without that, all he had was a lone bag to fill with the coins, so he wouldn't have much left to dedicate to that. He couldn't hand bars or promises to the people in need, and no one would be willing to convert them after news of this theft spread. At least not without also alerting the master, who wouldn't be pleased. Tibbs wanted him hangry, but didn't need to make it easy on the man when it came to locating the culprit. But this But this wasn't for him, it was for the city's unfortunate. And to put on a performance that would make people talk about Fleet Fingers. He disrupted the light's essence from the stones suspended from the ceiling in what he expected was meant to be an attractive display on top of providing illumination. The flicker caused people to look up and around, away from the table. He plunged the room into darkness and used metal essence to pull the coins in the bag. He slipped a promise into his jerkin as he jumped onto the table, heavy bag over his shoulder. He let the light return. The merchants and nobles looked around, and Tibbs cleared his throat. "Wealthy of Brokenthia," he proclaimed, only his smile exposed by the mask. "I thank you, and the one-day great Lord Rastmeyer, for this so welcoming table you arranged for me." He looked at the wealth at his feet. "You shouldn't have. I mean it. Fleet Fingers doesn't deserve such generosity." He bounced the bag against his back, making the coins clink together. But what kind of guest would he be if he turned down such a gift? "Guards!" someone finally yelled. "Get that thief!" "Now," he said, his tone offended, while the guards overcame their surprise. "There's no need to be hurtful. Fleet Fingers is no lowly thief. He's a facilitator of currency movement." He smiled as the guard pushed the wealthy out of their way to reach him. And now it seems he must leave. He jumped, an air etching under his feet, letting him clear the first guard to reach the table as well as the others, and landed in the still vacant space behind him. He couldn't be too obvious about his use of essence, but Fleet Fingers was a character out of a bard's song, so he needed to push things somewhat. The first was a metal etching throughout the coin to make them light enough they didn't rip the bag open as he landed and made his escape, something no bard would need to exaggerate in the telling. He slipped past the guard, an etching of water causing the attempted grab to slide over his arm. He used the act to explain the spin that led to him facing a woman with a surprisingly large chest when he stopped it. "I hope you don't mind," he said, beaming, taking the colorful brooch from her neckline. "Red isn't your color. Although it suits that angry blush nicely." Gemmed brooch in hand, Tibbs ran for the door, ducking under the noble's clumsy attempt to grab him. Then under the two guards who vacated their post by the door to rush him with an etching of water on his knees and lower leg to let him slide on the floor. He stood and turned, unlocking the door they had been smart enough to lock before trying to stop him. "This has been a most wonderful affair. I promise to praise those who arranged it as I spend these newly acquired coins. Do not hesitate to invite da, 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 da. Fleet Fingers promises to praise those who arranged it as he spends these newly acquired coins. Do not hesitate to invite him to more such gathering." He gave a bow, stepping aside the guard who tried to grab him, pulled the door open to a surprise call and someone proclaiming they had locked it, and ran down the corridor. Bells rang, and before he made it halfway to the door leading outside the building, men and women burst out of a room close to said door. They were rougher looking than the guards, a mix of nobles and merchants' personal guards, he expected. They covered the distance faster than you know what? I don't need this here. He covered the distance faster than he expected, but easily dealt with that by placing a foot on the wooden wall and etching to ensure it had traction, and pushed himself up and forward. He did the same when his foot landed on the other wall, and in this manner, with a hand on the ceiling to keep his head from hitting it, he walked over the guards. He returned to the floor once behind them and paused before the door, turning to smile as they untangled themselves of the mess, trying to turn while others ran into them at cost. "While brief, Fleet Fingers, thank you for the added exercise. Be sure to let your masters know of your valiant attempt. I have no doubt they will be impressed." He shouldered the door open and quickly lost himself among the alleys and then the roof. Tibbs got up to the last member of his team exactly in the situation he expected to find him, cornered at the end of an alley by four thugs. Now, fellows, the muscular man said, hand over up placatingly, I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding. There's no need for this to turn violent, is there? The man's clothing had seen better days, an entire lifetime ago, possibly. His hide pants were cut, ripped, and bloodied in so many places. Tibbs had no idea how he hadn't found something better to replace them with. The shirt was more threads holding pieces of fabric together. The only thing keeping Tibbs from stepping in was the grin on his future teammate's face. You've been warned to stay out of fights, the woman said. Which fight? You should be able to tell I've been in a lot of them. The one you were told to stay out of. She rushed him, bringing the club down. He barely moved as he raised a hand and deflected the strike to the side. He then kneed her in the stomach. Look, I really don't want to. He ducked under a man's punch and struck him in the chest twice with an open palm, causing his attacker to stagger back. Surely we can be reasonable about this? He looked at the arms that were now wrapped around his chest. Really? He slammed his head back into the woman's face and she let go, and going to her bleeding nose. I really don't want to fight. The words were so bright. Not that anyone seeing that grin would believe him. How about I just get him? The first woman yelled, getting to her feet. The four thugs, Tibbs had sensed lying in wait in the alleys, stepped out of them. The grin faltered. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Instead of raising his fist, he altered how he stood. Tibbs stepped out of his alley and walked. You know what? Lumbered toward the fight. He couldn't afford to let him get too injured. And he'd seen enough to confirm the stories he'd heard. Okay, you know what? This is... I indicate that he's watched him fight. Okay, you know, I'd seen enough to confirm. The unusual way. And he'd seen enough to confirm the unusual way he fought was effective in more than arranged fights. He was ready to make his offer. He grabbed the thug's arm before he brought the club down on the distracted fighter. What? He turned to face Tibbs. Who? Tibbs slammed an earth-reinforced fist. And being first person, this is the thing, is I don't know. Because I would rather have, okay, because right now I have the way Tibbs is dressed as a bit of a surprise, but I don't really want that. I just don't know how to. Okay. Early. Okay, this. Oh, number. All right, this is not fast. Hopefully, this is going to be enough to hint. He wasn't worried about displaying more strength than usual. He had to match how he looked with the larger armor filled with. Okay, I did it there. Okay. Uh, you have to match how he looked. The earth, oh, filling the armor kept it from flopping about as he moved. His hair was bunched in the helmet, with the face placed down, letting them only see his brown eyes and soot-covered beard. He grabbed another thug and threw her into the wall. He let the club hit him in the side of the head and took a staggering step to the side. He shook it as if to clear it, but had his arm up in time to block the club. He punched the thug in the face hard enough. He was more interested in holding it than attacking again. He turned in time to watch his future teammates send the last of his opponent to the ground by tripping her over the leg he'd placed behind her and shoving hard. He wasn't sure how that had come about, but she didn't get up. The fighter looked at Tibbs and smiled. I definitely appreciate the help, but you might have gotten yourself involved in something you shouldn't have. These people aren't going to like anyone who helps me. He shrugged. The fighter offered his hand. Seeing how you saved me a lot of pain, I'm Charlie. Tibbs looked at the groaning thugs on the ground, two of which glared at him hatefully. He deepened his voice. I'm the brute. Charlie grinned. You certainly are. How about we get out of here before enough of them can stand and have another go at us? He didn't wait for Tibbs' answer before heading out of the alley. And that concludes chapter 42 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I will be right back. And, well, a little late. Thank you for the raid. Bob, I hope your day goes well. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 29 allies. We are going up against 59 enemies. Mom is in first place. QS takes that over. Mom is back in first. JR is in third. Bit of shifting around. JR jumps to first place. Baldahar is in second. Mom is in third. Baldahar can crack others' kill epics. Baldahar is in first place. JR is in second. Mom is in third. And do we have anything left? Nope, we don't. We're done. We've won. JR 926 is in first place. 6 killed, 12 assists. Baldahar is in second place. 11 killed, 2 assists. And T-Mom is in third. 9 kill, 4 assists. We've got gold that no one is claiming. So, Albester and Xavik Snake get gold. Xavik Snake? Yeah. And we move on to an unknown battle on the way to the Super Boss. And it's going to be more healing for me. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And I will start another. Time for you to do the thing. Alrighty, thank you for dropping by, but it plays. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Alrighty, but I will confirm the microphone is on. Turn off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 43 of Stepping Wild. After a dozen turns, Tib decided they were far enough. While he hardly felt the earth he'd encased himself in, anyone else doing that could only stand it for a limited time. He stopped. I need to get out of this. Charlie raised an eyebrow at the earth that fell out of the glove Tibbs pulled off. Same happened with the other one. The fighter chuckled when more fell as he unstrapped the arm from the shoulder and it dropped to the ground. I don't want it to flow on me. I didn't want it to flop on me, he explained, and packed tightly in the glove it lets me punch harder without breaking my hand. The other arm joined the first. He loosened the strap on the side of the chest armor, and yet more dirt piled at his feet. That can't be comfortable to walk in, Charlie said. How did you get all that back there? Tim shrugged, helping dislodge more of the dirt. I had to help. And it was worth it for these thugs thinking I'm a brute. He got out of the chest piece and shook the dirt out of his chest. So you're one of those. Tibbs paused, undoing the leg strap. Those? Those who use their brains to make you think what they want you to think. He returned to loosening the straps. I go with whatever works. Then can I get your name now? He shook his head. Can't know who might overhear us. He doubted the people he sensed on the other side of the walls on each side would report to the master, but this was about maintaining the illusion Tibbs was normal, and no good thief would risk giving out valuable information until he was certain it wouldn't spread. Then if you're ready to walk, Charlie said as Tibbs shook the dirt out of his pants, I know the perfect place for us to talk. Mags! Charlie called to the woman behind the bar as soon as they entered. As soon as they entered the tavern. One for me and my friend. He headed for a table at the rear and sat, careless of having his back to the door. Tibbs sat facing him. Now that there aren't any ears I don't trust around, can I get your name? I appreciate the rescue, but I have to wonder why you're willing to take them on from me, especially to the extent of passing yourself off as a thug. He waited for the woman to place the tankard on the table, then thanked her with a couple of coppers. She raised an eyebrow to Charlie. I was paying for them. Then these can be thanks for the discreet service. Charlie chuckled. That comes with the ale. That's why I like this place. Then there'll be an expression of my generosity. Thank you, good sir. She returned to the counter. My name's Thibault, he said once she was behind it. Where are you from? I don't know that accent. Arthuron? Charlie paused, the tankard to his lip, then shrugged. Never heard of it. He took a long swallow. It's a city many months on the other side of the border. Actually, I do say it here. Okay, good. Tim took a small one after removing the corruption and wood essence from his. And what brings you here? Tim smirked. Revenge. Charlie raised an eyebrow. If the rescue's to get me to kill someone you hate, I'm not doing it. I'll fight, and someone might die as a result, but straight up aiming to kill someone's bad luck. Luck's not a thing. Charlie smirked. And you know that how? I read it in a book. Charlie looked disgusted. I guess that if you're smart enough to act like a thug, I shouldn't be surprised you know your letters. You don't? I know them, no, but never got to making them mean anything. Every time I tried, all I got was a headache. I get enough pain fighting. They've studied him over the rim of this tankard. He'd watched Charlie fight before the encounter, and his odd way of doing it made Tibbs think there was more to the man than just being a thug. But there had been no light on his word. How smart could he be if he didn't know that pushing through that pain led to learning? He took a sip of his mostly tasteless ale, rubbing the bridge of his nose, but then again, he knew well that cleverness didn't come from books. Some people simply had that. Never seen anyone fight the way you do. Charlie smiled. There was this woman going around the squares when I was younger, demonstrating that fighting. I followed her around for months. She was slim, hardly any muscle on her, but she took on anyone willing, and even the best of them went down. She was a little odd, always talking about the body and the mind and how they were the real tools in a fight. He shrugged and grinned. What I saw was how easily she won, and I wanted that. He laughed. It's nothing like she made it look like. I copied her movement as best as I could. Practice when I wasn't watching her. I'm nowhere near as good as her, but I made something of it. She wouldn't teach me? She wouldn't teach you? She thought anyone who was interested, but it was more lecture than fighting. She wouldn't train the body, she said, until she knew the mind was ready. Like I said, I get enough pain fighting, so I figured I could work it out by watching. He grinned. I like to think I manage it well enough. Tibbs nodded. One-on-one, Charlie easily moved around his opponent, almost like he knew where they were going to strike, and put a hand or an arm in the way and deflected it. Even when he dodged, it was with easy steps and always in preparation for a strike of his own, one with precision as well as strength. Tibbs had watched him take down and attack her with one hit in the pit of the shoulder. The woman had been left on the ground, crying in pain, cradling her arm. Even taking those in the alley, he held his own until the others joined in. Why did the master send those thugs to beat you? With others, the reason was clear. They committed their crimes without the master's approval, didn't pay the dues needed to gain that approval. As a thug, Charlie was someone the people under the master would hire to help them. If he didn't want to work the way they didn't hire him. Charlie shrugged. Just another misunderstanding. The word glowed slightly. Another? Like I said, it's nothing important. Just finished his ale, thinking over the complications that kind of unknown could bring. He stood. Too many. I'm glad I was able to help. Have a good rest of your day. Wait! Charlie grabbed his arm before he stepped away. You didn't help me for nothing. If you need me to be on good terms with him, or what a job you want me to do, I'll go kiss his ass. I need the money. No glow, but that didn't remove the risks. How did you get on their bad side? On his bad side? I don't. It's nothing I can't. He looked away in his tankard before raising it. They organize fights for everyone with money to pay to watch. There's all kind there. Poor folks, money, even rumors of nobles, but I've never seen anyone. I never saw one of those there. I'd call that. Oh. I never saw anyone I'd call that there. I like to fight, so I got in and fought. I won more of my fights. I don't fight like the others, so people like watching me, and that meant I got more fights, made more money. I moved on to fights worth more and more money. I loved it. I love it. Loved it. I loved it. Meant I lived well, and women love a man with money. I was looking forward to a lot of that. Mags brought a tankard to replace Charlie's. She looked at him and he shook his head. Charlie hadn't convinced him to stay yet. Then I was told to throw my fight, to make it look like I was on my way to winning, then let my opponent get in a lucky hit that took me down. I didn't want to. I don't mind losing against someone better, but throwing a fight? He shuddered. They told me if I didn't, I'd never fight again. So I said I would. He grinned. And that's your plan. He sat. How did it go? The smile turned sour. Not how I wanted it. He drank. I figured it'd be my last fight, so I should make it count. I placed a bet on me winning. I put all the money I had in. Well, I put all the money I had, then did like they told me, until it came time for that lucky hit. I never gave it to him. I took him down, no different than any of my previous opponent. But I made it clear I won. He sipped his ale. Forgot who controlled the betting pools in my hurry to get rich. Never got my winning, never even not even what I bet, he snorted. I did get a proper beating out of it before they threw me out. That was the first time he got in trouble with the master. Tibbs said when Charlie didn't continue. Without the money, it took a while for me to heal. I had friends who liked me for more than my money, and they let me stay with them while that happened. Fend me. When I was ready to figure out what I'd do for money, the fight people told me they wanted me back. He chuckled before another swallow. Turns out, there's an S here. Turns out that without someone unusual in their circle, once in a while, not as many people got to go to them. So long as I'd learned my lesson and played by their rules, I was back in. I said yes, and I meant it. I like money. He sighed. Turns out I like winning more. Like I said, I don't mind being beaten. I figured getting paid to throw the fight was just like being paid to work. My job was to lose. There'd be nothing to it. There was a bunch of normal fights, then came the one I was told to throw. I don't know what happened. Maybe he wasn't as good as they thought, and he couldn't read what I was going to do, but he moved into my punch instead of a side, and he went down. I was as surprised as they were. Even told them to keep my winnings, and they did. He downed his tankard. To be clear, I was going to lose. I had to do that to keep fighting, and I told myself it was fine. A fair price to pay for the life I got out of it. And I really don't know how it happened. Fights get hectic. They believed me when I told them it was an accident. He smiled, and that gave me an idea. I was getting the sense of where this was going. He motioned Mags to bring them tankards. I learned my lesson about the betting. Charlie continued after she delivered them. I never bet a lot, a few silver here and there. On the next fight, I even bet triple what I usually did on me to lose. I figured what's more believable than me losing money on the fight because I'd slip and won. I gave my friends the money to bet on me winning, and we split what that gave us. He took a long swallow, then looked bitter. I got away with it twice. On the third time, I was ready for the same kind of talk about following orders, and I had my explanation ready. I'd show them how I'd done everything I could, but it was the woman I was going to fight who bungled it. Only this time, when I got to the prep room, my friends were there too, strung up and bleeding. I thought that beating was going to kill me. I wish it had, but the master's not that stupid. I can't suffer if I'm dead. I can't be hated by my friends, by the friends I had left, for getting some of them broken and killed if I'm dead. He slumped. Healing, when there's no one there to help you, is no fun. How did you do it? You don't move like someone who healed wrong, and the only indication of injuries Tibbs sensed were the one from the previous fights. Injuries that healed badly, left a trace of how the essence flowed around it. I stole, broke into an alchemist shop I knew of, got enough of the good stuff I had a hope of healing, then hid in a hole until I did. Thought about leaving after that and never be able to get a serious money here. Even made it to Tradegate, planning on getting work on a caravan, but found I couldn't. I wasn't going to be chased out of my home by some would-be king of crooks. So I wouldn't have money to throw at my friends. I could make friends again. Maybe the girls wouldn't line up to get in my bed, but there's some. There'd be some that there's a deed that's, but there'd be some. I did thug work, protected merchants for a couple of coppers a day. Then they stopped hiring me. The master. Charlie nodded. I found a few places that could use a dumb thug, but the master always found out and made sure they didn't want to work there. They didn't want me working there. Even was a mule for a while, moving crates through the city, but that stopped too. He wanted me miserable, but I'm not. But I'm not the only fighter who got on his bad side, and we figured we could get a few coppers by setting up our own fights. We figured he wouldn't give a fuck if we wanted to beat each other up. We were wrong. That's the fight you saved me from. No idea what they did to the others. There had been glowing words here and there, exaggerations more than lies. Charlie straightened and let out a breath. But if you need me to mend my ways with the master for me to work for you, I'll go kiss his ass. I'm out of option. You don't have to mend anything with him. Emotion for Ailes. I want you on my team specifically because you'd rather do your own thing than bend to his rules. He smiled. Nothing I'll be doing will be with his blessing. Nothing I'll be doing is with his blessing. And that concludes chapter 43 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Enforcer Hound, welcome to the stream. Sorry for the delay. I was recording this, so could not interrupt it. I hope you are doing well. did not. Good. could have sworn the boxes worked here before. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 37 allies. We are going up against 89 enemies, and we are off. Q-Wiz is in first place. Birdjack is in second. Beltahar is in third. Beltahar has killed an epic. JR takes over third place. Birdjack is in second. Q-Wiz is in first. Xavi is now in second place. Sigma's in third. Sigma's in second. Sigma takes over first. Q-Wiz is in second. Xavi is in third. And we take on the last batch of enemies. And we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 30 kills. QS Creates is in second place, 1 kill, 28 assists. Zevik Snake is in third, 9 kill, 18 assists. We've got PAL, we've got Busters, we've got Shinobis, we've got nobody claiming them. So, Catacrack gets stabbed, Sigma OS gets busted, Minog finds a PAL. And we move on. To a very hard battle on the way to the super boss. And it's gonna be another ferry. To confirm something. Yep, there we go. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will do another chapter. Starting with confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 44 of Stepping Wild. Today will be a good day, Tibbs yelled from the low roof once he undid the darkness hedging. It couldn't hide him in the daylight, but away from where people looked, it made it easy to ignore him in the corner of their eye. The people gathered in the square turned to look, and he paused in Fleet Fingers green and black. Posed. In Fleet Fingers green and black. With his hood up, they wouldn't be able to see the half mask, but the description was circulated among the guards and population, so some would recognize him. The space was more for gathering than selling. Few in the neighborhood had the money to pay for the city's trading permits. to pay for the city's trading permit required to have a booth, let alone a shop, or enough product to justify either. The little trade he saw was done furtively, with someone watching for approaching guards that weren't usually there, as if they were trading in illegal goods, which, in a fashion, they were. Most people here spent their days busy working to gain the money needed to pay for what they needed. Money to pay for what they needed: lodging, food, clothing, soaps, and other bare necessities. It left them with little energy to enjoy the experience of shopping, even if they found themselves with a few extra coppers. The lack of guards was a reason he'd chosen this one for the first distribution of coins. The other was that it wouldn't take much copper to improve their lives. Taking even one gold all the way to copper without attracting attention took a lot of work. Even at 1 to 15, not even. At 1 to 15 coins from gold to electrum, come on, 1 to 15 coins from gold to electrum was innocuous. Those electrums to silver would draw attention, but he was looking at a sack, not unheard of. All those silvers into coppers, he'd need a crate. So he had to spread that around, and there were only so many money changers. If he wasn't careful, they would notice how many coppers they were handing out and talk among each other. Then Tibbs would have to explain himself to the guards, and he didn't have an identity to justify it yet. When they all looked at him, he etched air to carry his voice so he didn't have to yell to be heard. He raised the bag, heavy with coins. Fleet Fingers brings good tiding in the name of the great Lord Rastmeyer. While Fleet Fingers may have needed to insist for the Lord to be generous, I've no doubt that he understands the plight of those too low for him to notice. Remember his name. He flung the bag over the square and itching to push it to the center. For through your praises he will achieve the fame he craves. He activated the itching within and the bag exploded, sending coins all over them. All over the, what did I... all over the square. The initial screams were filled with fear, and the panic caused some injuries Tibbs wished could have been avoided, as would those that would soon come. Someone noticed what fell on them, yelled, and brandished it. The panic turned into purpose, and instead of away, they ran towards. More people got hurt as they rushed, shoved, and sometimes struck each other. He could have avoided this by discreetly distributing the coins, but he needed the spectacle for people to talk. He needed the spectacle. For people to talk, for Fleet Fingers to be known across the city, for Rastmeyer to pull his hair out as he gained a reputation for as helping the helpless. No noble wanted to be known for that. He needed people to talk of Fleet Fingers any time something was reported, for any hints of goodness to be laid at the feet of Rastmeyer. The noble's ire toward the thief would ensure Tibbs' small action would go unnoticed. He left before the violence escalated. Small actions, like the purse with a handful of coppers that appeared in the dresser of a family fighting destitution, among the child's knickknacks, in one struggling to make the coins needed to feed themselves, of the help those in too dire strait to even get enough for from all the menial work they accomplished received. He couldn't know if they'd use the coins. He couldn't know how they'd use the coins, and he couldn't dictate that. He also didn't know if the troubles they found themselves in was of their own making. No, actually, that is singular. The trouble they found themselves in was of their own making. Any he'd usually rely on to gain that information would report to the master, and he couldn't care. The families suffered, and he could help. It was possible even Aldero the guard would decide the help had come from Fleet Fingers and not his assailant. You might think they were the same, and because of that, Tibbs should stop leaving coins at the man's house and in the man's home. It wasn't like he needed them now that he was back on duty, even if he wasn't fully healed. But guilt didn't give him a choice. The one place he wished he could help, but had learned a long time ago he couldn't, was the city street. It was too insulated. Coins weren't simply broken, they were tallied. Unlike what he thought when he lived on the street, coins weren't simply broken by anyone who found them. The breaker did that. The work was so important for the street survival that it had taken Tibbs years of trying to help, of working out there was a system before he learned of the breaker. Knowing hadn't helped. Explaining he wanted to help had gotten him laughed at over and over. Somehow, the street's breaker couldn't be bribed, which was good, since what else would they do if those with coins could buy the person who ensured the street's economy remained stable? He could slip the occasional broken coin in, but not enough to make a difference before the excess was noticed and actions taken. The street had no interest in helping people escape it. It only cared about its survival. He ran the roofs to another part of the city, retrieved a bag of coins he'd hidden ahead of time. This one contained a few silvers to account for the slightly higher wealth. Even those who had a little more could fall on hard times, and Tibbs could use them to spread Fleet Fingers and Lord Rastmeyer's fame around. 6 times over the day, Fleet Fingers appeared to distribute the coins to the needy and made a spectacle of it. The only break in them was when Tibbs needed to change back into someone who could go to a money changer and get more copper and silver. And then, when guards appeared to patrol one of the squares and forced Tibbs to cut the show short, but allowed him to demonstrate Flint Finger's lack of care for those who were trying to stop him. Among that, he also slipped into houses and hid coins. When the sun was 2 fingers' width from over the city's wall, Fleet Fingers snuck into his hideaway and emerged from the connected rooming house as Thibault, set to get ready for his last task of the day. He made his way to a part of the city he'd never go as himself, and even Thibault, dressed in the better clothing, stood out. If he'd been able to find the item he needed anywhere else, he would have done business there, instead of in this part of the city where even the guards feared to come. Like the street, every city had one. A neighborhood where anything could be obtained, regardless of the city or kingdom's laws. Of course, it was the nobles who controlled such place. The shop was empty of customers when he entered, and the shopkeeper, on the other side of the counter, looked at him with a mix of disdain and suspicion. The shelves displayed vials, brushes, combs, washcloths, soaps, more variation of the tools needed to care for his body that he thought existed, and on top of that, many had essence worked into them. The woman was tall, her features well defined, the skin without the imperfection. Her blonde hair was brushed to perfection and shining as if the sun reflected on it, even within the shop and with it now lower than the walls. And with so much essence woven into the product she used on herself, Tibbs had no idea what she might look like without them. Her clothing matched the rest of her perfection, but without essence. The cut fit her figure and enhanced her curve. He expected that people who were attracted to women had a hard time resisting her. She was the demonstration of what her clients aspired to, what one could achieve if money wasn't something they minded spending, and if they didn't mind using enchanted items that were probably banned. The sorcerers willing to make those items were usually more interested in how much money they could make for their work than ensuring the weaves were safe. He didn't know enough about weaves to judge the works he sensed, but he had heard stories, seen what happened when unstable weaves shattered while someone wore them. Were you able to get it? Her snort only slightly marred her features. The gold? She asked dubiously. With the reluctance of someone parting with all the coins he had, he placed the 5 coins on the counter. She narrowed her eyes at them. He'd almost balk when she told him the price. He'd never had to pay that much for one, but he'd asked in all the other places and they didn't even know what obsidian was. She took the coins one at a time, studied them, the kingdom's marking, then weighed each. Her surprise at them being genuine was marred with suspicion. He told her he'd need more times to get the needed coins than she to get the blade, and she'd been smug when she told him it would wait for him. But she hadn't lied when she said she'd have it. She took the coins to the back and returned with a box of dark wood, polished to a shine and inlaid with silver filigree along the edges. He figured one of the gold had gone to pay for the box. She placed it down and lifted the lid, revealing the black blade resting on the golden fabric. As far as he could tell, it was flawless. Without crystal, his eyes were all he had to go by. The lamplight reflected on the smooth surface, and the bone handle was inlaid with gold. She snapped the lid shut as he reached for it. "This isn't a toy." Her voice was impressively deep. "Considering how expensive it is, I'm well aware," he replied, unable to stop himself. "This is a tool." Her expression said she'd heard him, but wasn't impressed. "To be treated with the care you expect it to treat you with. Obsidian is a wonderful element to shave with, but a fragile one, if not handled correctly." He almost corrected her. Obsidian wasn't an element. He'd read up on it after he'd been cut in a battle with an obsidian knife. He'd wondered how a stone could hurt him. It was made mainly of crystal. It had only been but it was mainly made of crystal. It had only been an amusing fact that something so stone-like wasn't, but when his beard came in, finding it again to cut it off had become important. Fortunately, shaving razors were sometimes made of the material. "I know how to treat an obsidian blade," he said, restraining his annoyance. "When I was separated from mine." That's from it, my previous one. Yeah. Previous one was in perfect shape after years of use. She studied him and her expression softened. She pushed the box toward him. "If it loses its edge, bring it to me and I'll see that it is honed true again, and we can discuss the quality of the care you applied to it." He raised the lid again and with care took his new shaving blade out. He'd never seek something so embellished. His first one had been nothing more than a chipped piece embedded into a wooden handle, but in that kingdom obsidian had been something the copper mines accumulated as they dug through a side. Copper mines threw aside as they dug for the ore they sought. The next ones had been better made, but still plain. He returned it to the golden fabric and closed the lid. As much as he hated this part, he forced himself to speak it. To speak. "Thank you for finding one, and rubbing me blind." He hadn't been surprised when the word glowed when she answered his question as if the price was normal. Merchant lied. Anyone who did business with them knew that. It was how the game started. But she'd laughed when he countered her offer. When the amusement passed, she'd explain how business worked as if she spoke to a child. She had what he wanted. If he wasn't happy with the price, he could go look for someone else to buy his blade from. He'd wanted to argue, but she was the only one he'd found, and he'd been tired of people sniffing the air when he exited the room after trimming his beard with a red hot knife, and tired of the beard altogether. "If you need anything else," she replied, tone silky, "you know where my shop is." Placed the box inside his vest and laughed, hoping to never have to set foot there again. The tavern was lively, with people freshly done with their day enjoying the first ale of the evening, along with a hearty meal. Tibbs had picked it as much for the food as for the camouflage a full dining room gave him and his team as he introduced them to each other. Charlie arrived first, grabbing a tankard from the barmaid with a smile and whispered words. Then wandered through the busy room. He walked past Tibbs' table, then looking over his shoulder and staring, then looked over his shoulder and stared, before returning. Someone prettied himself up for me, Tibbs snorted, running a hand over his smooth chin. I finally found a decent knife. The man sat on Tibbs's right and placed a sheathed knife on the table. That gets the job done for me. Who are we waiting for? You said team. That's rarely two people. They'll be here shortly. Unless you're eating with it, put that away. I don't want people thinking you're going to stab one of them. Charlie smirked. I don't sully my hands with weapons when I fight. Never? He hadn't come across anyone who only fought with their fists. Even those who preferred them surrendered to the necessity of swords or thrown knives to extend their reach. Other than Archer, I've yet to come across someone I can't reach before they can land a blow on me. He grinned. I'm nimble. Tibbs had to admit that was true from watching him fight, but if that would be enough when dealing with trained guards and nobles, thugs would have to be seen. You know, a woman said, if I'd known the kind of place this was, I'd have dressed more appropriately. Cinta wore worker's leather under the well-cut vest a supervisor might wear. She didn't outright stand out, but the few looks she got were concerned, with a few moving their tankard from view as if she judged them for drinking now that the work was done. Or before they were done, or because they were drinking before the work was completed. Still choking on his ale, Charlie hurried to his feet and pulled a chair from the table while smiling at the woman. She looked amused and stepped into it and sat as he pushed it in. Thank you. She studied Tibbs. You clean up well. He got himself a knife. Charlie said, sure is an abra. A knife led to better clothing? I'm impressed. Did you cut and sew them yourself? He shaved, Charlie stated. She narrowed her eyes. So he has. That's too bad. Now, about that work you promised me? We're still missing one. As soon as the Archer dropped into the chair with enough suddenness, Charlie was up, fist in the air. He looked around embarrassed and sat. Even Tibbs had missed the approach with all the essence in the room. Now that we're all here, he said, motioning to his right and going around the table, Charlie's our thug, Cynthia our voice, and Uzuma's our lookout. Which makes you what? The Archer asked, other than the man with the plan? I am the one with the light fingers. If we need something Cynthia can't convince the owner to give us, I'll get it. And what exactly will we be doing? She asked. You approached me specifically because the master isn't happy with me. I expect it's the same for you too. They nodded. So, other than the job keeping us out of the master's sight, what is it? Tibbs smiled, motioning to the bar for the food he'd previously ordered. We are going to rob one of the nobles. And that concludes chapter 44 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on Royal Road for free. If you want to support me and read ahead of that, that is on Ream's Story, where we are something like, a dozen chapters, I think. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'm realizing I think I closed the previous one wrong, but meh. Not gonna care. 289. Oh, why is there? Oh, no, you're not named properly. That's why. Battle Station 1. Battle Station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 87 enemies. And we are off with Empress in first place. Sigma takes that over. Packer Fan is in second. JR is in second. Q is in third. Q is JR, Packer Fan, and others probably have killed epics. And looks like we're done. We've won. JR 926 is in first place, 9 kill, 13 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 21 kill. And QS Creates is in third, 8 and 8. We've got Lego heads. And no one claiming them, so Kane and Twinkle Tard get Legos. And we move on to a unknown battle before the super boss. And yet more fairies, I think. Yeah. More fairies. If I want a chance to accomplish that, I want all the fairies I can get. And yeah, you know what? You guys are going to be mobile. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Although it does make more sense. Alrighty, it is time for me to take lunch. I will do my best to return in time for the battle. Actually, I need to update a little detail. And if I cannot, hopefully I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 38 allies. We are going up against, if it helps if I hit the button, 94 enemies. And we are off with Chamas in first place. Baldahar takes that over. Tramar is in third. Let's see. Baldahar is in first. Chamas is in second. Beckman takes over third place. Packer fan kills an epic. Manag is now in third place. Oh, I've killed a couple of units. That's interesting. Let's see. Baldahar is in first. Chamas is in second. Packer fan is in third. Al Bester kills an epic as well. And Cuddles kills an epic. And with that, we're done. We have won. Baldahar is in first place with 26 kills. Chamas is in second place, 2 kill, 18 assist. And Manag is in third, 9 kill, 4 assist. We've got gold, we've got Lego heads, we've got no one claiming them. So, Beckman gets Legos. Extra Twitchy Gentleman, Texas Ranger fan, gets gold. I got scrolls, and I'll take that. And we move on to the Super Boss. And another saint for me. Oh, the button's not big enough, it seems. We'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 38 allies. We're going up against 81 enemies. And we are off. Tamar was in first place. Shadow takes that over. Ventman takes over that. Baldahar is in second. Shadow is in third. Keister kills an epic. So we've got Venkman in first. Baldahar in second. Tamar is in third. Oh, we've got generators. I did not notice that. Alrighty, so Baldahar is in first place. Venkman is in second. Shadow is in third. And we are going to have to travel to deal with Dave the Hunter kills an epic. Alright, so two groups left to deal with. Looks like the undead are going to deal with that. And yeah, looks like we're doing this. And Abosh kills an epic, and with that we're done. We've won. Baldahar's in first place, 7 kill, 55 assist. Venkman is in second place, 55 assist. Ramar is in third, 21 kill, 23 assist. We've got Shinobis, we've got Flying Rogues, we've got no one claiming them at this time. So, Segatapat gets wings. Xavi Snakes gets stabbed. And we move on to the next map, where we will have a gold chest tomorrow. So we start with a hard battle on the way to tomorrow's gold chest. And that's not going to be affected by anything else, so I'm going to do that. Here. Now I'm going to check something. Okay. Oh, this would help, but I'll probably unlock it before that. All right. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And this afternoon it is chapter 11 of The Last Detour. And basically, it's primarily about an interrogation. And also the consequences. It is a Tristan chapter, so let's tag this properly. How did he restrain her? Okay, good. He simply throws her in and latches it. So he does not actually restrain her. Okay, who did we lose? Who we lost? John. John and Jane. Or John and somebody else. So the Mayus are dead. Okay. Okay. Who's there? Zephyr cannot be there. Julian definitely cannot. Jennifer is not. So that we got Jacoby, we've got Jason, Melinda, and Xavier. Holy cow, that's pretty much everybody. Um, Atoll Station 1 Battle Station. We have 48 allies. We're going up against 90 enemies. Insoraptor's in the lead. Keister takes that over. Insoraptor's in second. Shal is in third. Keister kills an epic. Where am I? I'm away from everything. Alright, Keister's in first place. Baltahar is in second. Falk is in third. Don't think they'll need extra help. Shamar and Baltahar, as their epics, have that under fairly good control. And we're done. We've won. Keister's in first place, 26 kill, 28 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Baldahar's in second place, 6 kill, 27 assist, and Falk is in third, 21 kills. We've got gold and warriors that no one is currently claiming. So, the Counter-Strike gets gold, Meme Lord goes to war. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to tomorrow's gold chest. I won't need that. And more berries for me. bit of luck, 2 battles. I should have the gold quest done. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Atoll. Station. One battle. Station. We have 40 allies. We're going up against 41 enemies. And we are off. Sagatapat is in first place. That was one hell of an explosion. Darth is in second. Keister is in third. Darth takes over first place. Keister's in third. Sega still in second. What do we have up there? Nothing. We're done. We've won. Darth is in first place. 21 kill, 1 assist. Segatapat is in second place, 9 kill. Keister is in third, 2 kill, 4 assist. We have gold and healers, which no one is currently claiming. Manag gets healed and Baldahar gets gold. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to tomorrow's gold chest. Hey Lara, welcome to the stream. Alrighty, it's another fairy for me. Let's see, you know what, let's go up here. Alrighty, half an hour. to see how this turns out. Your Adderall is kicking in. You are vibing. Very cool. You lost your Alexa Pro, just like, it made things not work as well. Now that you have it back, you're not feeling as crappy. It's nice to feel normal. Normal can be good. I'm not sure I've ever known what normal was, but normal can be good. What am I writing? I am writing, the book is called The Last Detour. It is a working title, but I'm pretty confident that's going to stick. It is book 9 in the Monster and Badman series, which is a gay action romance series about two broken men who find each other and discover that the way they're broken meshes quite well together. And the adventures they sort of get into, dealing with people who are worse than them. In this specific case, Tristan and Alex, my two main characters, have been talked into coming to the rescue of the resident of where Tristan used to live before they kicked him out. They're being attacked by the CIA for an unknown reason, other than the CIA wants to retrieve someone there, and they finally have a prisoner, and they are questioning her. The thing to know about the people living there is all of them are monster in one form or another. Psychopaths, serial killers, uh, the the kind of people that you do not want to have around you. And the surviving men have her, and they were about to beat her until she talked, and it didn't seem to be working. Cornelius, who is at this point one of the two women still alive in there. I mean, I think there was only 3 women in the on the reservation. That's what they called the place. It used to be a native reservation way back when. Before then the government decided that these people were too much trouble. It got wiped, and these people sort of took it over. And Cornelius is a serial killer, and she has a lot of medical knowledge. She uses chemicals to kill people, and she's gonna use anesthetic to get their prisoners to talk. the the story is told in first person. I alternate between Tristan and Alex. I mean, because they're very personality wise, they're very different. Tristan is highly controlled. I'm not gonna go as far as to say analytical, but he's very controlled. He's very, he when he describes things, he describes what is there. Alex is bonkers. Like Alex actually talks to the reader in his narration. Like he's definitely not all there. And he knows it. The thing is, Alex knows it. Alex knows he's bonkers. Doesn't care. Alex is. They're both very fun to read because they contrast to each other. I think if I were to try to write one story with only one of their point of view, I wouldn't be able to pull it off. But I get to jump back and forth, and I love it. It's fun. Hey, Lion Pride, welcome to the stream. You finally got a chance to get out of bed from being sick. Well, I hope you feel well. I hope you are no longer sick. If you're getting out of bed, I hope it is because you are no longer sick. Don't risk your recovery by getting out of bed early. Still fighting the major cough? Well, take it easy. You do not want to relapse. Had the flu. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 50 allies. We're going up against 69 enemies. And we are off with a bunch of people in first place. Keister ends up there last. Darkly's in second. Chamas takes over second. Darkly is in third. Minag has killed an epic. So we've got Keister in first place. Chamas in second. Sigma is in third. Sigma kills an epic. We've got a few left. Kane kills one. Chamas kills one as well. Chamas kills another. So Keister is in first. Chamas is in second. Sigma is in third. Miafa has killed a mimic. We are down to one epic, I think. Chamas kills that. And the last of the enemies are gone. And we win. Or maybe not. Wait. Was theirs? Okay. I guess I missed that one. Alrighty. Keister is in first place, 2 kill, 18 assist. Chamas is in second place, 14 kill, 4 assist. And Sigma OS is in third, 7 kill, 4 assist. We've got Lego heads, we've got Lancers, we've got Busters, we've got no one claiming them. So, Paul Tage and Sigma OS gets pals. Wabron Tremere gets lanced, and Markic Painting gets busted. Oh, good. If you were going to give me just 6 or 7, I was going to complain. And I get scrolls, and we move on to a very hard battle on the way to tomorrow's gold chest. And it is another ferry for me. And we're gonna go here again. Half an hour to see how this turns out, and I'll be right back. And I forgot to do a few things. So let's go check the quests. And then the shop. Okay. 25. Above 30. Right, I've been grabbing the gold. Fewer sound. $50. 55. $60. Oh, right, I forgot these guys, didn't I? Yeah. Come on, that should be good for tomorrow. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 36 allies. We're going up against 93 enemies. And we are off. Dex Karma is in first place. Whoops, not what I wanted. Looking Glasses is in second. Keister is in third. Dex Karma has killed an epic. Keister kills 2 of them. Looking Glass is in second place. Keister's in first. Dex Karma is in third. And we travel ever so slowly. Oh, I could be paying. I could get in. Dang. Oh, something killed it. Wait, did I kill it? Can I not heal myself? Let's see. Keister is in first place. Looking Glasses is in second. Dex Karma is in third. Yeah, I did kill an epic. Neat. And I die. And now we need to travel the rest of the way to kill our the 4 batters left. And we are almost done. There we go. We're done. We've won. Keister's in first place. 27 kills, 25 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. Looking Glasses is in second place. 23 assists. And Dex Karma is in third. 19 kills. We've got Lancers, and we've got Gold, and we've got no one claiming them. Chamas and Phoenix Audubon get Gold. Mana gets Lanced. And we move on to the next, to the last battle of the day, which is a very hard one. Yet, one more. Actually, wrong one. One more. Wait, what? Okay. And how about we go here? Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out.
Placements and how captains or leaders, streamers can manage them. And that was a big thing in Stream Raiders, obviously. You want to be able to guide your army with a bit of a balance. You want there to be, within reason, as much expression and choice and agency from the viewers who are placing. But of course some control, especially if there are tough challenges you're trying to really, do strategic plays on. So, for example, this situation happens a lot, where you've got these placement zones that are all pre-described for a given map. And that can work because these maps are basically all kind of handcrafted. And so, it's going to be, at a certain scale within this game, so many enemies of certain types, roughly. and then you have specific places where you're allowed to place, and generally where the enemies are going to place. And it looks like this. And it's really common to actually see this specifically, where in reality, you only really want to concentrate on, say, one area. Just like our boy Hooks here is cool with vibing in general. It's not really about necessarily crazy granular control over which units, but just like, hey, I want everyone to place here. And look what you had to do to make that happen, though. You have to block off all of this, block off all of this, block off all of this. That feels a little bit backwards, doesn't it? Like, imagine for a moment, just pure fever dream here for a sec. Imagine that wasn't there. You've got this wide open area that you know where the enemies are. That's clearly identified somehow. You got some open space, and you, as the captain, could instead just say, hey, I'd like to place here, right? That feels kind of sensible, I'd like to think. Now, I don't want to lead anybody here, so please don't agree with me if you don't agree with me. I really want to understand where the vibe check is on this kind of thing. But to lay my thoughts out here, this feels good. And if this was as you placed it, potentially like it within this, it would be an even grid. So as you were to, let's say, draw a box, and maybe very similar to like the tool I'm using here, this is Excalidraw, but you know, paint, you know, like drawing boxes like this as this kind of slide, drag, and resize kind of thing is a pretty normal thing that we have in a lot of programs. I think it's a pretty familiar interface, and maybe it would just like kind of allow you to only draw, you know, or expand out in sizes that match like a proper grid. So it might be like a little bit snap to grid in terms of how much you can do, you know, or like it would snap to make sure it's a proper row as you move it. So you wouldn't be able to do completely freeform, and it would make sense, but you could draw where you'd want to place. In general, the number one case is I for the most part want my army to be over in one area. Now, this video, I'm not going to go into the scope of controlling at a granular level necessarily, like which units you want where. We still have some thought there. There's a lot of contention because, again, you don't want to, like, if you're drawing every single placement basically by hand with a marker, you're playing a single player game basically. Like, you're not playing with your community as much. But it is super reasonable to say, okay, I'll do like a armored line up front, and then, you know, I want melee behind them, healers behind them, and archers at the back, right? That's super normal and reasonable. And if you're really getting into it, you might want that kind of control. But again, I'm putting that aside for now. Just about the general placements overall, like where you can place on the map. Imagine you could just create that blue square where you wanted it. And it wouldn't have to be a single one necessarily. I'm not limiting it to that. There may be some limit on the total amount of space you can go with or not. It might not matter because you're telling people where to go. But like, nothing would stop you from kind of that little accident you saw at the beginning here. Like, you know, you might have a little strip like this of the same thing. Again, kind of snap to grid so it's the right size for a certain number of units. And then you just do it again. You just go and snap, and maybe you want an L shape. And so you just draw two rectangles over here. Or whatever. You know, maybe you don't want that. You can move it where you actually just want two strips on the side because you got some kind of strat you're going for, you wanted to try out. Nice, good, straightforward control. I'd like to get everyone's opinion on how that would look and feel in general, if we'd be okay with that, if that hits right or it has issues. And the main things that we're concerned about right now is we don't want this to be too complicated. We don't want it to be too unfamiliar to people playing Stream Raiders, especially at the beginning, when a lot of people playing this game will be those who have played Stream Raiders and are familiar with that interface. So it kind of comes down to how much this sort of thing really felt good in the first place, truly, or not, or, you know, what parts of it were good or what parts were bad. I think having clear zones that are obviously colored or designed or have some kind of effect that show, hey, this is where you can place, goes a long way. And you also tend to want to control where that is as the captain. So two birds, one stone kind of thing, if you could actually kind of just do that yourself. Now, particularly when, to give a bit of a specific taste here, the maps that we're able to create, and please hear me loud and clear, this is not necessarily exactly what it would look like. It might not be this tile set, okay? But we are procedurally generating maps reliably already. So this would be an example of like what a map might be able to look like. You know, maybe bigger. Obviously, I took a snippet, so you're seeing it as like a rectangle here, but this could be quite big. So let me actually zoom in a bit to kind of give that feeling, right? Now you've got a map, and as you can tell, it can kind of just keep procedurally generating as large as it needs to be, so we can actually adapt to your army size as if your battle's growing, which is a really nice benefit, so you never worry about being overscaled or underscaled. It'll flex throughout the placement period. But the important part on top of all of that is that you've got these procedural placements, and so imagine now, by default, we aren't going to have pre-prescribed, hand-picked placement zones. That's actually like harder to do anyways, but it wouldn't even make sense here because the maps are dynamic. There's nothing like handcrafted on where you might want to place. So how does that shake out? Well, imagine we flip it on its head a little bit, and instead we've got something a little bit more like this, where, send this back, my bad, you might have zones where you cannot place, are the only things that are put in front of you. Typically because enemies are going to place there. So the first round of enemies you see when the map first starts, and ones that are dynamically responding and spawning as your army is growing, are likely, or maybe guaranteed, to be in those spots. So you know that. You have some information to work with, and you can't place there. But then from here, it's your responsibility to then draw out where you may want to place. That's kind of the first half of that idea. That's the core point. As a leader, as a captain, when you first start a battle, you've got a few decisions to make. This is one of those. Where do I want to guide my people, my army, to place? As well as, what units or unit will I end up placing on top of that? That's great, but part of this is to give some direction to your army, and this kind of starts it off that way. The second half to that question, I think, would then be, okay, well, what happens if you start the battle, you're busy, you forgot to put down markers, so to speak, like to use the Stream Raiders term, you forgot to put down markers, meaning you forgot to do this at all. That's one more question to answer, but for now, I mean, even something as simple as the base case is actually assuming that you intentionally don't want to put any zones down, or you forget after some reasonable amount of time. By default, the case should be really, if you just can't place here, but beyond that, anybody's welcome to place anywhere. A little crazy, right? Because we're so used to like Stream Raiders being so constrained, but why not? I mean, sure, you could surround them, but nothing's guaranteeing you that what if they have a Busters type unit that spawns later on to balance out the fact that you try to swarm them? What if you start spawning a lot around here, but a ton of them come over here and then backstab you, Like, there are ways that this absolutely can still be interesting. But giving you, or like your viewers, really in this case, tons of freedom on where to place. By default. Excuse me. But again, as the captain, the streamer, the leader, if you don't want that, and it's really important that you're trying to guide your army to say, guys, we need everyone to go in the middle because this could be tough. Please don't get, caught up on one spot or the other. Please go here in the middle. Or maybe you want to imply, without even having to say it or doing a ton of work, you want to imply, look, span the whole thing, but stay close to them. Whatever. That's your choice to make strategically. But it's a box or two you might draw right at the beginning. So the third kind of, not question involved here, but the third thing that comes out of that is how much space do they take up? Like, obviously, you don't want people to place units on top of each other. And what does that mean? Not literally on the exact same XY coordinate. No, of course you have some kind of like square or radius that a unit would take up. And if I've dropped my, my unit here or whatnot, something like this, that, with it, some radius, right? Like my unit might visually take up this space or a little more, or a little less, but there's going to be some amount that you wouldn't want someone else to be able to place on top of that. Now, in a freeform placement, obviously, if I place here, and let me do a square for this just to make this a little easier to think about. In a freeform placement situation, like, okay, I place here, and yes, that's not like a perfect grid, and it's not designed to be. It doesn't have to be. In fact, what a perfect grid is can expand, because if this army grows and this map procedurally generates out more, maybe new enemy zones pop up or these expand, and this is generating out, whether or not it was a perfect grid or not isn't even really relevant. So yes, it might mean someone else could potentially place like, exact same size of square they would take up, but it doesn't have to be perfect. It could be like that. If you're a little OCD, maybe that does kind of like, that scares you a little bit. But I mean, jokes aside, you can see why it doesn't really need to be. If you have enough room to place and it gives you the ability to make strategy, and or if you're casual, to not think too hard about it, right? Like if you could, hey, place anywhere, like, oh, okay, cool. I'll just drop my whatever over here then. I can literally place wherever I want as long as it's not taken. And it's not inside a zone where I cannot place, obviously. Can't go in here. Think about it. We're not used to that from Stream Raiders, but is that bad? Is there unforeseen things that are really negative about that I might not be seeing? Well, again, please share me your honest opinion. I don't mean to lead here, but think that through on what that might look like. As far as the whole grid thing goes and being an even amount, just to reiterate, if you were as a captain, as a leader, streamer, you were to like draw a bound of some kind, whatever shape it is, whatever multiple, you know, it's one here and then maybe a smaller one over here. These again would be snapped kind of to a grid where it would be specifically constructed, such that like this would have to be an even amount of these that would fit in appropriately. Oops, my goodness. Appropriately and nice and even. So like, oh my goodness, sorry. These would end up like, you know, evenly sized amounts of space that are available within this thing that it allows you to draw is the important part. And so it would lock that down for you with that drawing tool. So this could be where you get your even grid. Ignore this, like, you know, little extra weird barrier here. That's just the drawing tool I'm using. Just imagine this is like a properly perfect aligned grid. So you get kind of both worlds with some flexibility, and ideally, again, kind of simple. So you don't have this situation where it's just red, bad, don't go here. Instead, it's just look where you should go. I think that sums up the thought. I'd love to hear some thoughts and iterations on this because we are starting to get to the point where we're nailing some of this down, and we'd like to be able to at least have a pretty good core system to start building off of. And whether or not we go this direction is going to be a lot up to the kind of feedback that we get. Maybe there's really big merits to this basic grid system that I'm not seeing as well. So super open to hear it. This is very much like in the air, and I'd love to get some conversation going. So thanks again for watching this video. Sorry it went on a little bit long, but I look forward to hearing what y'all have to say. Thanks. Y'all, and thank you so much for the quick responses and very thoughtful ones that were really illuminating. So actually I have two videos here. First one, I want to keep these shorter and briefer. This first one will be just a quick check on my takeaway from what everyone fed back. And then the second will be, you know, more details, more things that's building off of that and helping explain some other parts that will tie in. So real quick, learnings check. First point was control is the point. It's funny because that wasn't even the first question I had in mind putting this together, but it came up so many times already. And of course, with history with stream raiders, we've seen that needing control as a streamer, right? That's like huge because it does feel bad if you want to do something a certain way, even as the one person who's the leader here, and it can't go that way because you don't have enough control over it. What tends to happen is if we don't provide good ways to do that, you'll find other ways to work around that, you know, or things like having to ban as often, even though you don't really want to ban the persons, and like having a code, for instance. Those all feel like things that are kind of band-aids to the same problem of you not having enough control. The second part of that is the variance, though. There are, as streamers, a lot of streamers who want different kinds of control. Some don't care at all, you know. Some just want it to be simple, whatever, I don't want to think about it. Some want like very tight control. And I think that's fine. That's kind of the point. I mean, viewers themselves will also vary. Some of them will want to play alongside strict captains. Some specifically will not. They'll want to play against very loose and anything in between. I think the important part there is that we accommodate that in a way that is like easy to take in, graceful, and is always backed up by the fact that if I'm a viewer, I should say, and I go to, you know, place with someone, if I don't like how strict they are, okay, I can go find somebody else. That's actually fair, right? Let's make sure we're a good fit for each other. Some people want to play differently on both sides of the aisle, as long as that's easy to navigate as well. So kind of like balancing that flexibility with the info and expectations. You do want to easily find people you're going to jive with, and it needs to be very clear what the expectations are. That's like a big part of all of this. Another part of flexibility is that streamers need some flexibility as the battle progresses and grows, obviously. So like whatever the system is, like you don't want it to be something where you're super locked in from the first moment. You might want to start off with a certain plan. It might need to adjust a little bit, and you need, you know, the tools should make that simple to do, but clear for everybody following along. That seemed to be pretty common threads here too. And you don't want to also like betray the early placers because you changed. Like that changes are expected, and that's okay. It shouldn't be in a way that is harsh at all to anybody who followed your original instructions, even if they changed now. The enemy zones, I think that was pretty clear, like we've seen a little bit now. Like that's really important in conveying the information to strategize around, especially because this kind of future enemy information, which is going to be a normal part of the gameplay, has a lot of benefits, can be a lot of fun, but there's a lot there that's inherently unknowable. So at least telling you, look, only enemies are going to place here, and that's one-to-one with where you're not allowed to place, to keep it clear. Big red zone kind of does double duty in that regard. You can see clearly I can't place there, but also it's because this is where enemies will place. They will not place outside of this area. The shape of that area, the placements of that area, where that is all varied, can actually be a function of like difficulty or just uniqueness to maps. So it's still different things to strategize around, but that's really clear that needs to be there, with the exception of particular modes or maps where that's the whole point is that that's not the case. Flex most recently mentioned here something like you have a different kind of mode for ambush, right? It could be all over the place, you don't know. Not too dissimilar to like Stream Raider's standard mode versus the occasional maps where you've got like you don't know where they're going to place, unless of course they land on a marker. But anyways, that was pretty clear. Finally, the funniest part about this is the exact mechanisms everyone seemed to get right away. Drawing a box like that, super intuitive. Someone mentioned too, it's not unlike drawing a big swath of markers in the placement area. So that's a really good point. And like freeform versus like exact grid isn't even super important. It's as long as all of that is in service of the control that the streamer needs to convey information, and that the viewer clearly sees that and has the option to participate in that or not in a very clear and obvious way. That was my takeaways, so I'm going to leave that here. If I've missed anything really critical, please correct me, let me know. That's why I'm doing this first, so that's there. In the meantime, I will be putting together kind of a follow-up to this with more information on how I think we have some pretty nice, like simple, dare I say, even a little bit elegant ways to accommodate this, with of course still some questions, so I want tons of feedback. But I will see all of you in a little bit with a follow-up video.
forgot to deal with that. Oops. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 50 allies. We are going up against 102 enemies. And we are off with Tremar in second place. Skywalker was there. Okay, Baldahar's in first. There is is in second. Skywalker Skywalker Lajos is in, well, no, okay. Markic is in first place. Baldahar is in second. Dare Racers is in second. Baldahar is in third. And with that, we're done. We've won. Markic Painting is in first place. 22 kills. Dare Racers is in, or Dare Rizal is in second place. 19 assists. And Baldahar is in third. 15 kills, 3 assists. We have fairies, we've got berserkers, we've got no one claiming them. So, Mini Coopster goes berserk, Snapped Axe gets dusted. And we move, no, we're done. We do not move on to anything. We are done. Battling is done for the day. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Placement will start for an insane battle. Then we'll have Token, the boss, and I'll probably try to speed through the rest so we can grab the super boss before the end of the day. Yeah, so I hope to see you then. And with my writing over, I will end the stream with a raid to Sable. Haven't been there in a while. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you